Buffalo Side Guitar News. It comes out every Monday through Friday, live at 5. Music Network, Rumble, X, YouTube. Check us out, subscribe, type in iNewsWire on Rumble or Roy Blecker. You'll get my nice, shining, smiling face on that. Lots of stuff to come up with today. You saw the CHP with that. Unfortunately, we woke up to the fiery plane crash that took the life of NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, his wife and 2 kids, and 2 others. We'll have an update on that. CC Woods will be in to update us on the SoCal terror threat and some of her breaking news investigative reporting on that, which is absolutely fabulous. She's been breaking a lot of important stories on that, so she'll be on later on in the hour when we join the Mighty Met KMET. But we'll get to the Trump stuff too. But as we say, the lead story, results of the head-on with the CHP. Now they had 2. One in this is the one in LA. They had one in the Inland Empire up in Hesperia. Of that, it's if you're gonna screw, and this is what the cops, and we'll get into what the cops are not doing, but at least the CHP, I gotta commend them, are doing more aggressive, getting more aggressive on these chases and stuff, and this is a result of that. Let's see if we can pull up the ABC7 report.
Low enough speeds where he's making a U-turn, potentially an opportunity.
Boom!
Right there,
There you
head-on
go.
collision with CHP. They have been
Head-on
pinned in, and
collision there.
airbags have been deployed. Officers are out. No doubt guns are going to be drawn.
Yes.
Let's watch. No movement from the driver's seat of this vehicle. This Toyota Corolla tried to make a U-turn.
That would be very smart in that situation. Oh my, I can tell you that from firsthand experience. But yeah, they're again, these guys and gals, I don't know who was in, but you see even more women are starting to now think they can run from the cops. It's dangerous. Dangerous as all get up, and if they're gonna chase, they need to take it. I applaud them for taking aggressive measures to stop this stuff once and for all, because it's putting all of our lives in danger. Not only their lives, but our lives too. You don't even know what's going on. You see this, some clown can run into you, or all sorts of bad and nefarious things can happen. Another one, this was up in Hesperia. Another chase going on, and another head-on collision, even a little bit more violent than that one was. Let's see if we can get the ABC7 report up and rolling here. As you see it come down, you see it's kind of faint, but you see it, boom. Here it's coming up of where the head-on collision rolls in. Like I say, that one's harder to see as you're watching it, but you see the car careening and the cop careening down in there. Then you see them apprehending the individual. I don't know if he got a beating in amongst that, but we don't want to encourage the cops to do anything untoward. But back in the day, as we say, cops were more apt to be judge, jury, and executioner at the scene of the incident. But again, I applaud them for making, when there's dangerous situations like this of people just driving erratically, 100 mile an hour down the road, wrong way, I believe they need to take very aggressive measures to stop this stuff, and it appears they're ratcheting that stuff up, something we've advocated for a while. So let's keep it up, CHP, and let's get the local guys a little more. Maybe they need some training, a little course at the Skip Barber Racing School or something to get this. I know they do some, but they still, in a lot of cases, especially with the pit maneuver, these guys need a lot of help in how to pull that off. Extremely tragic news coming out today from Statesville, North Carolina. NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, his wife, 2 kids, and 2 others were killed tragically in a plane crash in a Cessna jet that Greg Biffle owned. On that, I'm sure it was left over from he is retired from NASCAR, but it was an absolute horrific plane crash. Apparently, from reports that have been coming in, they took off. It looks like he circled back. There must have been some sort of problem or something. He tried circling back and landing the plane. Unfortunately, there's many film of that, but here's some of the aftermath after the plane had crashed and burned, tragically killing 6, including Greg Biffle, his wife, and 2 kids. It's an absolute tragedy. There's Greg and his wife and 2 kids. On that, there's him and his wife. There's again with his wife, son, and daughter. Man, it's just a heartbreaking situation to go on there. Greg he came from Washington. He built cars. His dad built race cars. He raced them up here and then on the West Coast. Made it big in one of the stars of NASCAR. Drove for Jack Roush and others for many years. Was very successful in his NASCAR career. And then, even more important maybe, when Hurricane Helene hit, in 2023, and the Biden administration was not giving relief to the people all across the board. Greg Biffle, and they were trying to stop Greg and a lot of people, because Greg was a very good pilot. He had many thousands of hours. He was flying his own helicopters and planes in there to save them, like others were ignoring the Biden administration, which was trying to stop them, and they gave them the middle finger and went and done it anyway, like the Amish did, that just went and rebuilt the people homes, and a lot of other people that volunteered, cleared out, access ways, got the water out of there and everything. But the Biden administration was trying to stop Greg and many others from doing that. And that just shows the type of person Greg Biffle was. And tragically, his life came to an end almost just a little bit, I guess, after his 51st birthday. Rest easy, Mr. Biffle. I want to touch on the Trump speech a little bit. And while, first off, everything he said was correct. There are, even as much as we get the angst of a lot of things that go on, there's been a heck of a lot of improvement in the last year compared to the previous 4. I'm as frustrated at times. A lot of things, there's not enough investigation, indictments, and incarceration. And a lot of things that, of course, I and a lot of others and most people would like to see happen. But you have to roll with the punches. We're in a lot better shape. He put that. My contention is, and I don't know if it has to do with the Susie Wiles stuff, which I'm, not the biggest Susie Wiles Chief of Staff Forum fan. First, the whole interview thing, and the we're going to put Trump out on the stump and all that. There's a lot of stuff, but we'll get into that later. But Trump is not a guy. You don't speed him up on the teleprompter. He's not a teleprompter, deliver a speech, read it out guy. He's not a Ronald Reagan or a Bill Clinton or a Barack Obama that can read the script. Trump is Trump. Trump is best at the rallies where he's interacting with the crowd or when he's with the reporters or off the cuff. And that's where I believe Trump, they should have put Trump at the desk, said, yes, this is well, 5 minutes, this is the good things we have. I would have liked to seen, hey, what's the plan? We're ramping up the investigations. We're going to get into the voter fraud. We're going to solve that. This is what the Venezuela thing's about. Fill us in on what's, okay, highlight what's going on in 26. What are we going to continue with, and what do you have on your plate to move America first in 2026? Now, hopefully he does that. Maybe they've got a part two. I'm not saying that they don't. Maybe, but I believe that part needs to come out right after the first of the year, because then Congress will be sworn in, or, well, not sworn in, come back. It won't be another year for the elections. Congress will come back. House and Senate will be meeting. They got the budgets to go over for, coming up, and a lot of other things on the plate. Lay out the plan. Lay out the agenda, however you want to say it. Where are we going? This is what we're going to do. Boom, 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 boom. I believe if you would do that, the immigration thing is great. We've got that a lot under control. What is it? What are we looking for of that? Because this part is important. The inflation's coming down. We got the new report. Came in lower than expected, only 2.7%, which still is a little high. You really, technically, you want no inflation. But that's more of an economic story. But as this chart points out, and this is apart from immigration, I know people are looking, well, you ain't got jobs. All the job losses have been in foreign-born or illegal alien workers. All the job gains, all the income gains have been for U.S. citizens. How are we going to expand on that? That I believe, and I hope, the part 2 is coming January 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. We got a lot of stuff to get to. Of course, CC Woods at the bottom of the hour. We'll get into her great reporting on the SoCal terror threat that was thwarted by DOJ and how it may attend to what's going on clear across the country with the Brown University and the MIT shootings and everything else. Man, exciting times we're in. Very much so. I do want to reiterate, I can't even say it. Make a further point. I don't know 100%, maybe even 1% what's going on at the District of Criminals or in the White House. I just know they gotta unleash everyone to just go out there, and this is what we're going, draw up what we're going to do, how we're going to execute it, and then get about the business every day. That's what our updates should be. That's what the Pam Bondis or the Robert Kennedy Jr.'s or the Tulsi Gabbards or the J.D. Vances or the Marco Rubio should be coming out with. That's when we should hear from them. So I hope that they don't need the daily or Monday through Friday press conferences with Trump and answering the questions in the Oval and all that. Maybe once a month with the president, couple maybe a once a week press conference. But we should have more information, logic to what they are doing to put America first, to put Americans first. And I think you would see a lot, for one thing, that would cure a lot of angst that's been going on. And if people see progress making, they may grumble a little bit, but they're not so apt to just, okay, we're going to throw these guys ain't going to get it done. We're going to put Mamdani in or AOC and whatever. Which is what we're in big extreme danger on, at least in my view, on the trajectory we're going. Another issue, and this is not a slight at all law enforcement, and I don't even think we're at the point, at least in the USA, maybe in Australia they are. But this cop standing down and not going in when there's gunfire, dangerous hostage situation, Uvalde, George Floyd riots, the riots in LA of this, clowns blocking the streets or whatever. And we had the reports of the Bondi Beach down in Australia, which, the first thing is, we got to ban the guns because the nutcase shooters are out there slaughtering people. We had the reports, multiple reports coming. There were armed officers there that did not fire back or did not stand up front. This is Wayne and Vanessa Miller, survivors of the Bondi Beach Hanukkah terror attack. Here we go.
Police officers were hiding behind a car. I tried to grab one of their guns. One of the other one grabs and he says, no.
Hold it. She was attempting to grab one of the guns from the cop because he's cowering behind a car? 9 million things wrong with this.
I'm trying to grab for his gun. These men, these police officers, they know who I am, and I hope they're hearing this. You are weak. You could have saved so many more people's lives. They were just standing there, listening and watching this all happen, holding me back.
This, and I don't have any reason to not believe this woman is very credible. She's trying to grab the cop's gun to try and stop him. He's no. And she's right. If this is the case, they are. They need to fire those cops. Australia, you need to arm the citizens because at least even the young lady up here's got enough guts to go after the dude, like the fruit stand farmer who eventually, got the old man guy, disarmed him. The kid was shooting at him, took 2 bullets.
police officers. Where were the others? Not there. Nobody was there. Everyone, the public, helped. Nobody else. My little 3-year-old was saved by a pregnant woman who saw her crying and screaming, "Mummy, Daddy." We were there. There was not. Do you know how long did it take for police to come? How long did it take?
It was just...
No one. Everyone was too scared.
Yeah.
These police.
Everyone was too scared. This is almost unbelievable. These reports are coming in too much. We had the Uvalde situation in Texas. Kids getting murdered in a classroom for an hour while the cops were standing down. We had the George Floyd riots. Tampon Timmy, the retard Waltz, was telling no, pulling the cops back. We've had Buffoon Bass down in here in LA when the rioters, the cops didn't come in. Tell them to stand down till the Highway Patrol and others came in and it said, we're going in. Then they finally broke up some of the riots and mayhem and destruction of businesses and who knows what. But this is all, and all the Australian prime minister could talk about, we got to ban more guns. We got these white hillbillies running around with it, yada, yada. Go. With all the rules and regulations you got now, didn't prevent terrorists from opening fire. And we were hearing the sirens. It took the cops at the cop shops less than a quarter mile away. It took them some 10, 20, 30 minutes for them to get there, to get the forces there. Well, people are getting slaughtered. It's a wonder only 16 got killed in that deal, or whatever the number was. It's amazing it was that low a number. And as Vanessa Miller said, it shouldn't have even been that high. Like I said, if you're on the scene or you're in there, you are the first responder. Cops, unless they're on the scene, which they were, they should have been, the 4, 5, or 6, or however many cops were there, they were part of the first responder team like the rest of everybody else. Like the roadside fruit stand guy who went and risked his life to disarm one of them. But this is a mentality they want you to have. This is why they want you scared. This is why they run the emotional heartstrings. I keep hearing on the radio all the time, the Brady commercials. Absolutely insane stuff. Oh, you're going over to your neighbors or some house to have something to eat or whatever, and you call up and you ask a bunch of stupid questions. Oh, are your guns locked up? Who the hell asks that? That's meant to shame, stifle anybody that has firearms into them. Are they? Oh, yes. And then, oh, yes, the guns are locked up. There's no ammunition in them. Well, then what are they? Christmas ornaments? I mean, you might as well hang them on the frickin' Christmas tree. And I'm not saying all cops are doing this, but you see this in Europe. You see the censorship in the UK going nuts. Australia did the same thing over COVID. It's really fantastic. Some of the absolute stupidity we have going on. And the lady's right. The cops that were there were cowards. If they were armed, she's trying to take a gun from a cop. You know, and the little reporterette over there with the astonished look on her face, you know, that was going like, oh, how did this happen? Well, because you, and probably a lot of other people, I am almost certain, voted for politicians and you got scared and, oh, you know, those evil white guys got guns and they're going to be a shut up. Well, if that's you, if you want to run down that track, people are going to get slaughtered. You may be next, Missy. It's a disturbing trend, and why I bring it up. We need to corral and get that trend reversed as soon as in yesterday. This was posted by Kevin Dalton. But, you know, you got many bikers trying to take over the 6th Street Bridge. You know, this is in LA. Why aren't the cops cleaning them out? There they are, stopping the traffic. Let me get the picture up there. There we go. It's beyond insane that we're putting up with this. But again, should be swift and stern and absolute on this stuff. Else, it's going to proliferate. Some of the very interesting things, and hopefully we'll have CC Woods come in about this whole terrorist plot. With the Turtle Island Liberation Front and the Order of the Black Lotus. And all this ridiculous noise going on. There's this group among subgroup of terrorists. And how come we never heard about these cats until now? Seems like they've been around a while. Anti-government, anti-capitalist, anti-ICE, anti-this, pro-Palestine. These terror cells are more likely, especially with the 30 million or whatever the number that have poured into this country illegally under the Biden administration. There's probably hundreds, if not thousands, if tens of thousands of these cells, these terror cells, all over the place. Here's the ABC, a little bit of background on the Turtle Island Liberation Front and the Order of the Black Lotus. Here we go. We thought.
Island Liberation Front wasn't known to terror and extremist experts we spoke to, at least until today. The group's Instagram page makes it clear they are pro-Palestine, anti-capitalist, and government. Death to America and peaceful protest will never be enough. They're just some of the slides you'll see on the Turtle Island Liberation Front LA Instagram page. This video post explains their name.
And so that's what the natives called it, was Turtle Island. So that's the decolonization of America. And Turtle Island Liberation Front is looking for reparations and land back for these indigenous groups.
The group's Instagram.
Let's back up on that a little bit. We come up with this, oh, what's with the little mask lady? Why don't you, if this is what you're on, show your face. Reparations, this whole thing that's been going on. You want, I know all of the, you talk about this reparation stuff, no matter what group, you're just going to encourage more of it. And you're even if you temporarily may get some reparations for that, you ain't going to like the end result. Because it's going to wind up with crap like this.
And land back for these indigenous groups.
The group's Instagram account has 939 followers, but the FBI says it's Audrey, Eileen, Carol, and 3 other members who posed a grave threat. In a criminal complaint, federal investigators say the 4 used the encrypted chat app Signal, and in a group text named Order of the Black Lotus, they discussed a New Year's Eve bomb.
Order of the Black Lotus. I wonder what connotation that has. Like I say, up until last week, never heard of this organization. Or anything else to do with it. It's absolutely nuts of what goes on.
Plot. On top of the photos of bomb-making materials agents released today, they also made public this photo of protest signs they say they found in Carol's home. This Death to ICE sign appears to be the same one in this post on the Turtle Island Liberation Front LA Instagram page, a page the feds say Carol controlled. Carol also allegedly told an FBI informant that she has a notebook where I wrote down multiple plans that never happened. So it's like my terrorist diary.
There's sources and methods to get into these groups, but it takes a long time.
Retired LAPD counterterrorism officer Mike Downing says bomb plots like this one are hard to infiltrate and intercept. So he says the threat from them is real.
You have extremes on both ends that present danger to this country, and you cannot take your eye off the ball. And if you're only focusing on one part of the spectrum, you're going to be blind to the other, and you're going to be surprised by what happens.
And according to that criminal complaint that the feds did file today, Carol says she had a contact who could help them obtain unregistered guns. She also is claimed to have...
So right there. At a contact that we could get unregistered guns. For all you gun banners, and we're going to do this, and oh, we're going to ban that, and no ghost guns, and all this other stuff. The criminals, and the crooks, and the terrorists are going to get firearms. Notice how that. Notice how that. You know, they snuck that right in on the end and then out with the deal. Who knows? All of us that have been on the pro right to keep and bear arms side have 1,000% said this. You know, if they outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. And you have no, just like the deal in Bondi Beach or wherever, you will have no protection. You will be a sitting duck at the slaughterhouse. These things are just completely nuts. And if we don't pay attention, or we fall into the trap of following the emotional, oh, if we just eliminated guns or nuclear weapons or everything, it'd be Alice in Wonderland and we'd all be skipping with joy. There's bad people out there. Bad things happen. If you want to survive, better be prepared.
We're starting in 30 seconds.
You got it. Did CC call in?
No, she has not.
Okay. We'll, as Jesse said, we'll join the Mighty Met 1490 AM here in a few seconds, and hopefully CC will call in and we'll update you with her report on the breaking news.
All right, 2 seconds. Here we go.
IE Newswire Daily is on the air.
The following is a paid program. Views and claims expressed are those of the program producer and are not endorsed by this station. Opinions expressed are not necessarily those of radio station KMET, its management, employees, or affiliates.
Yeah. Okay. Call the one on 951, the one for the station, the one you need to call. The 922-35. Yeah.
Hey, let me hang up.
You got it.
Let me hang up.
So, I hope we got it right this time. All these things. Hopefully Jesse CC should be calling you in as we come on the Mighty Met 1490 AM, broadcasting all over the Inland Empire in the 4-inch AM band. Join your vast video audience in the EVLP Network, Rumble, X, YouTube. You'll find us all on there. And we got everything lined up. I wish Trump would, and we had that. Wish Trump would get a little bit more on what we're going to do on the other side. And then the tragic news, Greg Biffle, NASCAR champion, his wife, 2 kids, and 2 others tragically lost their lives in a devastating plane crash out there in North Carolina. They had film of it. We ran some of that. It was just a horrific scene on that, but rest in peace, Greg.
All right, she's on the line.
Family and all that. We've been coming in with this, and we got this whole last week. Bill Asaley, from the Inland Empire, our U.S. attorney out here for the U.S. Justice Department, unveiled a terror plot that was coming in Southern California. They just had 4 arrests here, 1 in Louisiana. This new organization, the Turtle Island Liberation Front, and all this. And where is this coming from? Of that. On top of that, there seems to be more tentacles coming into it. This thing seems to be a lot deeper. And we have, as we had on her last week when I blew her introduction, but we'll see if we can correct it this time. We'll see if we can unravel this thing, because this whole enchilada is coming out, and it's not looking good. But we have on the line the investigative reporter from the Current Report. You can see her on X and all. You can catch her on all that stuff. CC Woods, welcome to iNewsWire with Roy.
Hi, Roy. How are you?
Absolutely fantastic. We ran through this and we had a little preview of it. Channel 7 did some background. We just ran just before we came on in this half hour.
You know what? I have to stop you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Are you talking about ABC 7 Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay, so funny, because I just did an update this afternoon, and my investigator, political corruption investigator that I work very closely with, which is why I'm just banging out these articles.
Right.
He called me, I don't know, 5 minutes after ABC 7 posted, and he was laughing because I made the original update on the connection between, yes, and let me tell you, so he's laughing, he's telling me,
So am I.
They just copied you. They just copied you. And I said, he said, do they follow you? And I said, yes, of course they do. So when the Los Angeles County DA's office was, the Board of Supervisors basically just slashed $24 million from their budget, I was the only one to report on that. So when I posted it on my X, immediately ABC 7 calls my source at the DA's office and said, is that true what Cece's posting? And he said, it is absolutely true. And they still never reported on it. So we laugh. Every time ABC 7 posts something, we know they're watching my feed.
Well, yes. Well, that goes, just a clue, that this goes on a lot in this business. People steal your stuff all the time of that. It's nothing new.
Sure.
That's why I was laughing when you said it, because I was looking there. I mean, this is some pretty good background report on what they did and what was going on. But let's dig deeper in this, because this is a story you broke, and I don't know if they've said it. But now they're
No, they did not.
Yeah,
And they still have not, by the way.
and yes, that's what, and that's what really. This is why you dig into the dirt and the inside of the story in shows like this, because we'll get into the nitty gritty details that they're trying. I believe they're trying to hide. Now, suppose you uncovered a Cerritos College student president. Supposedly is the one that's organizing this whole thing. She was on the college campuses. We've been across this stuff for a long time. We've been saying these terror cells have been infiltrated in Southern California, especially in the college campuses, for many years. And everybody calls you crazy. Oh, you're conspiracy theorists.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Tell them who was in the Cerritos College with this stuff and now has been arrested in this whole terrorist plot.
To be fair, again, I have a public corruption investigator that I work very closely with, and he is a news junkie, and he is the one who, the second this happened, the second the feds announced these arrests, he started digging deep into each one of these people. And he is the one who came across Dante Gaffield. And so Dante was the president of the ASCC at Cerritos College. But because of things that were going on that were pretty disturbing, he was removed as president in 2024. So he was replaced, and that is hyperlinked in my article, by the way. So, but interestingly enough, I did an update this morning, and one of my good friends that I work with closely in LA politics saw my article on X and texted me this morning and said, Cece, I went to college. I was in that ASCC group with Dante. And he said that this group especially, and I'm sure there are other groups on the campus, this is a breeding ground for this type of extremist behavior, and Cerritos College supports it. And so that's how it got to where it is today. And if you read my article, well, I'm sure you read it, you can see. You can see all the imagery. They have a Facebook group. I mean, it's just insane. The behavior that is just so public, like they have no shame. They don't care. And thankfully, the feds were on it, because we could have had some really... I'm still not... I don't feel safe, meaning I believe that they haven't caught everybody. Who knows what can happen. when it comes to this next week, everybody needs to please be safe. And when you go into big crowds, understand what we have just gone through with Bondi Beach, just all of the Brown University shooting. Now we're seeing that that campus, both campuses, Cerritos College and Brown University, they're hiding and deleting all this extremist activity from their websites. And they're also hiding minutes from when this kid, Dante, who was arrested by the FBI this week or last week, they're hiding activity minutes from the ASCC records. And so they're hiding this terrorist activity.
It's crazy. So let me get this Audrey Carroll, who was the student president over there at Cerritos College. Now, on top of that, on top of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, they did this subgroup called the Order of the Black Lotus. Now, she seems to be the one that's linked to this whole thing, and that's what I'm saying. What you brought up, the Brown deal and MIT
University,
they're getting all this stuff in. Now they're starting to leak little information bits on this stuff, or that they're not pointing to stuff like you did, calling it out who it is and who's doing it.
Oh, I'm going to call it all out. I'm not keeping my mouth shut on this. Absolutely not. If I can definitively, like we had a picture from ASCC, the group, and there was this one kid that looked just like Dante, and my investigator and I were going, God, it looks exactly like him. But the picture of Dante, he had more weight on him. And I thought, well, maybe the kid gained weight. I don't know. Thank God we didn't publish it, because we were like, we still can't confirm it. And we waited and waited and waited. We contacted the college, which I posted the email, and they confirmed this is a federal investigation. So they confirmed everything that we reported. But this student that contacted me, who I work closely with in LA County politics, he looked at that. I said, "Is this him?" And he said, "No, that's actually somebody else in the group." So thankfully, they look kind of similar, but it's a very fine line when you have to dissect all of this information. And I know that there's just a lot of, like, you take the Reiner case, Robin Michelle Reiner's murders, there's all kinds of information flying all over the place, like some confirmed, some not confirmed. They don't care. They're just getting anything they can. With this stuff, I'm careful with everything that I report, because I want, every time I put my stuff out, it needs to be bulletproof, like legitimately bulletproof. And that has led to, I think, maybe not even a retraction in my career. I haven't had to really retract anything, so, because I'm that careful.
No, what's really concerning is they put people, probably, I know, like me and probably like you, I said, in the conspiracy hat category. Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just making all this stuff up. Now that it's actually coming out and again, why are they hiding? It's like the Brown University deal of that. Oh, well, all the cameras suddenly got turned off, or we didn't have them, or we can't find them.
There is a huge contingent of Biden-era officials that have not left office, that are pissed off that Trump is in office, and they are just standing their ground, doing anything they can to destroy our lives. Honestly. I mean, if you look at it, look at how irresponsible, like all my friends at the sheriff's department that I've talked to, their jaws are on the floor at how poorly that Providence, the Brown University Police, Providence, Rhode Island investigation is going. It's laughable. They're laughing at this investigation, going, what the hell is going on over there? It's insanity, complete insanity. And apparently they may have caught the guy and, well, not caught. Apparently they zeroed in on him, and he may have shot himself to death. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that was the last I heard, and I did retweet that. So, but, the CCTVs being cut off, what is that?
Again,
and information being deleted from the website, what is that? There were 34 anti-Israel groups that lobbied Brown University and said, turn off your cameras. We don't want our protesters being exposed. What the hell is that? What is that?
It's disturbing, and you brought up the part about the cops you're talking to. You're saying like this is crazy. This and again I brought it up earlier. This reminds me of Uvalde, Texas, a couple years ago when them poor kids were getting slaughtered for an hour, and the cops are just like standing down, or the George Floyd riots, or anything else. And again, the Bondi Beach deal, and I said that, and we just ran tape of one young lady's over there trying to grab a gun from a cop who's cowering in the corner to try and stop this. We cannot let our law enforcement officers be either told not to or afraid or anything of doing this, of coming to, of going in there and stopping this, because if that's not it, we're all in a big heap of trouble.
Well, I can tell you definitively that during the riots in June, that was happening too. That, they were, LAPD told to stand down. And they were getting huge heat for firing rubber bullets. It's like, if they see a threat and they're firing a rubber bullet, it hits a journalist by accident. Well, guess what? If you're a journalist in the middle of that crap, you're putting yourself in danger. Why do you think I didn't go down? I didn't go down there for a reason. I'm not putting myself in the middle of that. No way. I can do it from here. I can watch all the footage. I don't need to be there. I'm not being paid to be there. But I can report on it because I have all my sources at the Sheriff's Department. I was being sent all kinds of footage. But I will tell you this. There is a log that I was sent regarding the Brown shooting and how Brown University shooting and how they delayed going in there. 2 kids are killed. I'll tell you what. My kids are older than collegers, thank God. If I was a kid that had to send my kid to college, I would not be. I would not be very. I wouldn't do it. I just would tell my kids, you know what? You want to put yourself in danger? Those are very dangerous places, college campuses. Period.
And that's. I think these cells are much deeper than I think we probably suspect, but they're not letting us know how deep this problem is, and maybe even after a year, maybe the Trump administration DOJ hasn't even figured out what it is, because it takes a lot of time to infiltrate these organizations and stuff like that. And then when you got people like suppressing information like you brought out about where these people are at, where they've came from, what their intentions are, it's, again, it's like, like they say that, a conspiracy is just what's going to be reported in the news 6 months and confirmed 6 months later, it seems like.
Yep. Well, here's the thing. And I hate to make this political, but obviously it is. The Biden administration, it just promoted this kind of behavior. And it is still, what I don't understand is how we're not cracking down more with Trump in office, because he is the opposite of this. So I don't understand. I just don't get it. Like, I'm still shocked that we're dealing with these kind of very liberal DEI law enforcement agencies, like in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm telling you, all of my Los Angeles area law enforcement, they are just, their jaws are on the floor going, how the hell is that police department functioning? Like, their jaws are on the floor, and we're in one of the most liberal, well, actually, I always debate whether we're in the most liberal state, because we haven't had a fair election in, I don't know how many, at least 7 years. So, anyway, the reality is 99.9% of law enforcement in LA County are looking at Providence, Rhode Island, and going, how is that law enforcement agency functioning? Because it doesn't look like it is. So, and even people on Twitter are going, yeah, the suspect had to go to another state in order for him to get caught right away. You know, and they're laughing at them. Laughing at them. Can you imagine the parents of these two young kids who were killed on campus? How they're feeling right now?
It's mind-boggling. And you brought up a good point about that, and I talked about it at Trump's address to the nation yesterday, which I was fine. It's fine to point out all the good stuff, and I hope there's a part 2 coming. And I said I hope it comes right after the first of the year. I hope he lays out a plan. We're going out, which they are. I mean, I could see a sailing stuff. I can see some of the stuff happening here. We're going after this. We're going after, terrorist cells going in. We're going after, we're fixing the inflation part. We're going, we're going to build back. What are you doing to make America first? What are you going to do in 26 that's going to make the average person's lives better? Not what, what happened in the past year is fine to point that out, but I think it would relieve a lot of angst of people if they would hear and not get this knee-jerk reaction like they did in New York City, or what seems to be coming. Oh, well, you're not going to do it. Well, we'll just elect a kook like Mamdani in there to run things, and then we're really going to be.
Oh my goodness! Yes. Yeah, I cannot understand how anybody can live on the eastern seaboard and feel safe, because it's bad enough here in LA County, but from what I'm hearing, it's even worse over there. So, but here's the thing. Let's hope that this Brown shooting comes to they capture the shooter. But even worse, we now have to see what's happening with these terror cells, because that's what they are. They are terror cells that are being bred within these college campuses. And these kids are still young. Their minds are still very, influenced by whatever their environment is. And like this kid, Dante, he just became more and more and more radicalized. And the campus supported it. And it's scary. It really is scary. It's scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. We're just about out of time. Thanks for being on. I'm sure we'll have you back on, because man, you're busting some very important stories
for sure.
Yeah, you're getting to the nitty gritty. What we really should be knowing about. Hopefully, we can clone more people like you to get out there, and we'll be in much better shape if we can. Thanks for being on. We'll have you on again soon.
Thank you. Bye.
CC Woods, you can get her. You can follow her on X. The Current Report is where she puts out all of her stuff on that. And again, in SoCal right now, she's busting some of the most important stories going on. And it's incredible, as we believe, that we don't have, and that's what we need. We need more and more and more CC Woods out there digging into this stuff. Or we're going to get, unfortunately, a lot of the crap, the stuff that's happened from Uvalde a couple years ago, the George Floyd riots, Bondi Beach, what's happening at Brown University, is just going to proliferate. And we cannot have that. And just like, just like the report of this Audrey Carroll, who was in the colleges, now in the Turtle Liberation Front, Turtle Island Liberation Front. Right at the end, they slipped that in. Well, she had an avenue to get illegal weapons. So the response, whatever, from Australia to the slaughter down there to you hear of all the goofballs is to take the guns away from the law-abiding citizens so the criminals can have them all. I guarantee you, the only thing, and this is why the Second Amendment is there, the only thing that keeps us a free people is the 400 million firearms owned by the people of the United States of America. And that's why the Second Amendment is there. It has nothing to do with hunting. It was only there for two purposes: to protect you, your family, whatever, from a threat. But even more importantly, to protect yourself from a tyrannical dictatorship terrorist government taking over. Period. End of story. And if we keep relaxing that, this was my biggest gripe. Well, one of them was two, the amnesty deal that Reagan signed in '86, and then the weapons ban, fully automatic weapons ban he signed in '86. And that was it. We're never going to do nothing else. Which was a lie. Like, if you give him amnesty in '86, that'll be the last time. Jerry Moonbeam Brown said it best. The citizens should have every type of weapon the cops or the government has. When they asked him, because he has, or at the time, he had a CCW for a 45 ACP that he used to carry, or probably still does. Catch a couple locals on here. Cop injured as gunfire erupts as a mental health emergency call broke out in Riverside, and we can imagine who and what was the condition of the mental health emergency. We had the DHS deal in Rialto, the bus on that. That seems to be not much. The vicious Puente 13 gang members, 3 of them from the Inland Empire, were busted on that. These things, like what we talked about with CC and all that, we got a lot of problems in River City, as they say. Hopefully, more people will come to the realization that we can't run a society on 147% emotion. There's a reason us and the retarded half of the population were put here, mostly to do the dirty work. But you're not going to like it if we're prevented from doing that dirty work at dirty times to clean out the trash. I don't know a better way to put it, but we shall see on this Practice Friday. That'll do it for today. We usually say it this time. And sure, you're back here in 23 hours wide. You're the best darn show in the whole wide world. Well then, see ya.
All right, have a great night.
You got it. Oh, man. shut this off. Well, maybe not. So, ah. Ah. Scatterbrain. Well, at least I know where she's getting. Sound checking. For the Rumble show will be coming on here in a few seconds, so hang with us. We will give you some of the best radio, political, comedy, analysis, fun than you've ever had on a show before. That's why we say this is the best darn show in the whole wide world. I hope you enjoy it. We'll be coming up here very soon with today's broadcast. on here in a few seconds, so hang with us. We will give you some of the best radio, political, comedy, analysis, fun than you've ever had on a show before. That's why we say this. Preview for the Rumble show will be coming on here in a few seconds, so hang with us. We will give you some of the best radio, political, comedy, analysis, fun than you've ever had on a show before. That's why we say this is the best darn show in the whole wide world. I hope you enjoy it. We'll be coming up here very soon with today's broadcast. Let me see here. God dang it.
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to look straight ahead with your head. You're going to bring your eyes to the right, hold it there 3 seconds like I am right now. Then you'll go back to the middle. And then you'll bring your eyes to the left, and you'll hold it there 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, come back to the middle. Then you'll look down just like this, just for 2 or 3 seconds, and then close your eyes. And this works because slow eye movement holds talk directly to your brainstem. That's where stress response lives. This increases the parasympathetic activity, helping cortisol levels start to fall tremendously. Try this before bed or any time anxiety hits, and you'll notice how quickly your body calms.
These people have lied even when public information that's been on the internet for years and is easily obtainable refutes everything that they're saying. Erica Kirk even did this at this recent taped and scripted town hall event with Barry Weiss, where Erica claimed a couple of things that everybody knows are patently false. That she doesn't believe in drinking, and that she didn't date anyone for 5 years before she met Charlie Kirk.
When I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. Somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than going. I don't drink. I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever. I just don't operate that way. But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another.
It's just a lie. It's a bald-faced lie. She will sit there in front. If you ever believed anything that Erica Kirk has ever said post Charlie Kirk's assassination, you should no longer. If you do, you're an idiot. Because it is very easy to discover that she's lying. It's on TV. She was on TV getting drinks with and dating dudes as recently as 2018. By the way, the same year that she met Charlie Kirk. And again, it's on video. Roll it.
So let's go grab a mojito? Yeah. We'll go grab a drink. Oh. Fine. It's like genuinely refreshing to have a conversation with somebody that like has the same beliefs. You coming in here just like owning it. I appreciate that. I'm really attracted to it. Can I get your number?
Yeah.
How do you
New York. I moved
She
here.
was on a dating reality TV show, but she didn't date. She didn't date anyone for at least 5 years. Dating back to when? 2013? And if she hadn't dated for 5 years, then how was she engaged exactly to JT Massey around 2014 and 2015? And how was she dating Cabot Phillips, who now in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death is touring college campuses on behalf of Turning Point USA, basically pretending to be Charlie? What Erica Kirk has told the world about her romantic life is just not true. She's lying. She could have just said nothing about her dating life, but instead, she went out of her way to claim that she didn't date anyone.
Erica Kirk's backstory is unraveling, and the inconsistencies are impossible to ignore. If the foundation is built on lies, what does that say about everything that comes after? If she can't tell the truth about the small details, why should anyone believe her on the things that actually matter?
But what I will say is when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was.
If you take a moment to do some basic research, these photos are easy to find. Now, we don't know for certain whether she was drinking, but she clearly enjoyed posing with alcoholic beverages. So what are we supposed to make of that? Either she wasn't being truthful back then, or she isn't being truthful now. Then there's the claim that she didn't date while living in New York City. Isn't being truthful now. Then there's the claim that she didn't date while living in New York City. Because in September of 2017, the internet turned up a photo of Erica with Cabot Phillips. The caption reads, "Yes, we're that couple who takes painting lessons together." And in the photo, you can clearly see Erica Fronsvy and Cabot Phillips together. I don't know about you, but that doesn't look like a one-off date. That looks like a couple, exactly as the caption suggests. What makes this more interesting is that Cabot Phillips was, at one point, Charlie Kirk's producer. He's now a senior editor at the Daily Wire. And just yesterday, December 16th, 2025, he gave a talk on how to lead. Given everything else, that timing feels Unusual. So yes, we now know she dated before Charlie, which by itself is completely normal. But it doesn't stop there. Luna Bear Studios posted this on March 16th, 2015, prepping another couple's gallery for delivery. Erica Franzvi and JT Massey, you both are amazing humans. So much laughter and love. It was perfection. That doesn't sound casual. That sounds like a serious relationship, possibly even an engagement. And this is what happens when a public image is built on details that don't hold up under scrutiny. If that image isn't real, then why present it that way at all? So the real question
How precious thee, how precious thee.
And then from there, on Monday, they had another tow truck come and take that car so that it could get a cleaning and be immediately put up for auction. Now, this is unusual on two ends of this. I'll tell you what those two ends are. The first end is that this was a rental vehicle, right? And even if a crime happens in a rental vehicle, especially a brand new one that is that big, you as the owner of a rental car facility, you have an option to get that car back. You have an option, obviously, to get that car back, to get it clean. If you're going to get the whole thing recarpeted, that would be a tremendous loss against the company for you to just, never mind, whatever, sell it. Well, apparently, and I'm saying this allegedly, the owner of the company was in California at the time. He gets a phone call and he's just like, no, never want to see this vehicle ever again at our facility. I don't want there to be any PT for the people that work here at the rental facility. Just like get rid of it. You could sell it and that's it. It's never coming back here. Maybe that is just kind of the good natured response. I would assume they weren't going to, haul it in with all of Charlie's blood in it. But the speed at which this vehicle was just given up effectively for auction is unusual, especially because they didn't even require insurance to come, which would make sense. And then from there, the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning, because she was actually learning things from the show.
Hold up. All the conservatives, patriots, different individuals on the right who were completely going against Candace, telling her to shut up. Erica was actually looking, listening, and learning. You can't make this stuff up. What is there to say after that? Like, people should be embarrassed. This is why, even from the get, I was like, Candace is doing nothing more than investigating. She wants further information on what happened to her friend being assassinated. Why?
Create a moment. Obviously, it's who Bari Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Bari Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like
Thank you for calling the Riverside Superior Court Jury Services Division. For expedited online service, please visit us at www.riverside.courts.ca.gov. To continue in English, press 1. To use your juror ID badge number for specific reporting instructions, please enter your juror badge number, which is located on the upper left-hand corner of you entered 038051617. If this is correct, press 1. For security purposes, please enter your 5-digit zip code and then press pound. You entered 92557. If this is correct, you do not need to report for jury service. At this time, you have fulfilled your obligation for 12 months from the date of your service. Thank you for contributing to our system of justice. To repeat,
Made it. Sons of the Pioneers. Drawed 5 winning hands in a row.
What else am I to do? When a command level person from an accredited police department says, I've got this area. Jeez.
Please pick me. Okay. When you're like in school and you got to hold your hand up because you really want your teacher to see you. I have an answer for what else you could have done. You could have followed up because it's your job and Charlie paid you millions of dollars.
What happened to Kash Patel? Because no normal person does this at a press briefing when they know the cameras are rolling unless they can't control themselves. This is not AI and has not been edited other than it's been zoomed in. Now, I wonder, when the FBI has been in existence for so long, do we really think this newly appointed, maybe early 40s, late 30s guy is running the show? He's the director of the FBI. To exhibit strange tendencies for us all to wonder, what do you think they'd be possibly investigations of glyphosate sprayed in North? Is that malevolence or incompetence?
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me that Andrew Colville knew that the story that he was feeding us was complete bullshit about Charlie Kirk being the Man of Steel, that Andrew Colville never spoke with the surgeon and everything about that story was a lie? And then that lie was used to propagate and unleash the entire internet to go attack Candace Owens? You mean that lie, Andrew Colville? You got to check out this clip from Candace. Check this out.
It's just not going to work. You are going to come apart when I deliver these new facts to you. So yesterday, I revealed to you that I was told that Andrew Colville was allegedly flying blind when he tweeted out the conversation that he had with the surgeon. Now, just to jog your memory, how that all came about was me doing the show and saying, oh, I saw the back footage and there was no blood. And then very quickly, which I didn't really understand why he had done this, he tweeted out that long tweet about Superman neck, and he puts this quotation in here, quote, that the surgeon said, quote, absolutely, it should have gone through. Sorry, go back to the last one. Absolutely, the bullet should have gone through, which is very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc. Next up, that quotation continues. It was an absolute miracle that someone else did not get killed. His bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive that he's like the Man of Steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And that seems strange for a lot of reasons. First off, HIPAA compliance. Why would he speak to Andrew Colville? Also, did Andrew Colville record it? It's a pretty long quotation. Why is it in quotations? Do you remember that verbatim? And I can tell you that it's kind of been a mess since. This is kind of the beginning of everything, right? If we're being honest, that one solitary tweet was the beginning of the, what I would call federal mask slip. It feels like they have been feeding us slop ever since. Well, I now feel comfortable revealing some more information for you, some that I have held on to, but which the people who gave this to me are now insisting that I reveal. Simply put, and I'm going to say allegedly here only because I did not speak directly to Dr. Lee Trotter, but I very much have verified and trust this source. Simply put, never once did Dr. Lee Trotter say that Charlie's neck was stopped. Charlie's neck stopped a 30-06 bullet. It's actually hugely embarrassing for any surgeon to have said something like that. It's hugely embarrassing also because we're being told that, he's violating HIPAA to get this information out there in this very high stress situation. You're actually accusing him of being not a professional on top of also kind of being an idiot. And you can imagine that that's put a lot of undue stress on the surgeon's family, as many of them have been wrongly implicated in a cover-up. Like the absurdity of such a narrative, if you're going to put something out there, there's going to be flack that comes upon the surgeon, the other doctors, the nurses. Are you involved? Did you try to get Charlie Kirk killed? Were you involved in this, in staging this? Why would you say that he ate healthy, right? And there's no doctor or surgeon that would say something like that. So to restate that, the quotation that Andrew Colville shared on his X feed is not a direct quotation from the surgeon, like at all. Rather, what I was told is that what the surgeon communicated very clearly to Andrew, and yes, it is absolutely true that the surgeon, Dr. Lee Trotter, hunts, so he does have experience with bullets. What he communicated is that it was likely a frangible bullet that was used. Now, for those of you who don't hunt, maybe don't shoot, and you're not familiar with that term, frangible, like what's a frangible bullet? That refers to a specialized ammunition that is designed to disintegrate into powder upon impact with a hard surface. So it essentially reduces the risk of a ricochet. Instead, the bullet fragments, makes it safer for close range training. It's not like the traditional bullets that are created to retain mass. Now, key part there is it eliminates the risk of ricocheting. Well, Andrew also told us that the bullet did ricochet. So what we have here is a conflict of statements. We are told that Andrew Colville was flying blind, put up this tweet, said that the bullet ricocheted downward into his stomach, whatever. And I am telling you that on the other side of this, we have people who are close to the surgeon who say he said no such thing, and rather he said that it was likely a frangible bullet. What are we to make of that discrepancy?
And if you guys were following this case relentlessly and you remember that exact time, and you remember the Benny Johnson, the Tim Pools all coming out and be like, yeah, bro, Charlie Kirk was the man of steel. He stopped a bullet with his neck. What a hero. God praise the Lord. Have mercy. Charlie Kirk. Bah. And they all started attacking that Candace Owens relentlessly about her and just asking questions. But wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Andrew
Fans just noticed something disturbing about
We have more news of deep state corruption to report to you tonight. Just the News has learned via a new memo how the corruption probe into the
And these people do like Israel.
Hold on.
There he is. There he is. That's him.
Just the defense comment is obviously disappointed. The mix obviously is going to take this.
There are immigrants who
Response to the defense saying that
they're directly from the
inside that.
Knives are finally coming out. Just as Governor Gavin Newsom surges in Gavin Newsom, that's how I can describe my glee when I saw predictably Democrat operatives and politicians across the nation starting to sharpen their knives to go after pretty boy, the very one and only Gavin Newsom. See, they don't want to just simply cede the race for president and the nomination on the Democrat side to Golden Boy Gavin. Oh, no, no, no. As I predicted, they're going to give him a real one-over. And they are going to stop him, in my opinion, from becoming the nominee. It's a terrible shame because I think Newsom would be one of the weaker candidates for president in 2028, alongside, Kamala Harris, who, by the way, is also signaling that she wants to run again in 2028. It's going to be so delightful. But anyway, Newsom, as I've said for a couple weeks now, has been benefiting from his more aggressive style, the Prop 50 fight that he picked and won, sadly. And so he's been surging in the polls for president on the Democrat side. Here is just Newsweek covering it just a couple weeks ago. Gavin Newsom's presidential chances get major boost. It's about Emerson College and their latest poll, and it shows that Newsom is leading the Democrat race for president with 36% for Gavin Newsom and 16% for Pete Buttigieg. In August, Newsom was leading 23% to 17%. So Newsom is surging. He's gained 13 points, while Buttigieg has pretty much flatlined. Now, the polling is early on in this stage. Anything can happen. But the benefit that Newsom is seeing is he's the only one out there right now picking a fight with Trump and getting more aggressive on social media. Ultimately, while this is chum in the water for Democrat left-wing primary voters, it certainly doesn't do him any good in the general election. I think a lot of this stuff will come back to bite him. And remember, on the Democrat side, he has had nothing but favorable coverage. There's been no critique, no real review of his record, no critical review. But that's all about to change because you've got Axios out with a story. And this is all from the Democrat convention this past weekend. Inside the push to knock Newsom off his perch as the 2028 frontrunner. So Axios has a lot of tea to spill here. Basically, it says that a lot of the Democrat operatives are envious of him. And they, quote, admit that they underestimated him. I mean, look, I could have told them long ago, this guy is very capable as a liar. And he would sell his mother to advance politically. Quote, objectively, Gavin has probably done the best from the 2028ers in the last year. I would agree with that on the Democrat side. Another one said, it's a superficial sugar high. I would also agree with that. They are now sharpening the knives because they've got their own candidates that they want to back. Here are the arguments they're using. A group of moderate establishment Democrats and donors think that Newsom is a weak candidate in the general election. Number one, they're saying that he's too liberal and he's too much of a coastal elite. He's coming from California. And so they're worried about getting a candidate that they can win with in 2028. Second, scandals. This is a guy with a lot of skeletons in his closet. And he's not been given a whole lot of critical investigation by a very fawningly attentive liberal media out here in California. They kind of brushed over his early moral failings, having an affair with his best friend's wife at the time, who was also a subordinate in the office. And he says, oh, I've become a better person. I had an alcohol problem back then. But now he's drinking once again. Doesn't sound like someone who really had an issue to begin with. Of course, during COVID, he imposed various restrictions on you and me, told everyone that they couldn't have their kids go to school, but he had private schools for his kids. Told everyone they couldn't go out and dine without a mask, but he was out there at a very close-knit party, the French Laundry. And so we even have his former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, indicted for money laundering and fraud, trading favors. There's a lot more that hasn't even been addressed. The pay-to-play politics of this administration is obscene. And so we just have to keep digging on our side. But I think a lot of Democrats whisper about the character problems and corruption problems. Here's another element that they're bringing up. Newsom is not authentic. He's hosted right-wing figures on his podcast. I can even say that he has a podcast. He did a couple shows that were low-rated. The only one that was well-rated was Charlie Kirk. But he was criticized by progressive Democrats for his flip-flopping on issues. And now, of course, he claims that he is, once again, a far-left progressive. Then finally, that he is running a campaign that is the product of, quote, ridiculous shadowboxing from over-caffeinated Beltway consultants. I've got to say, his political team, they've been putting out things that are just insane. I mean, he picked a fight the other day with Nicki Minaj. You don't pick a fight with a well-known celebrity, particularly with the African-American community. Oh, and by the way, have you seen Newsom's polling amongst African Americans? Not good at all. When you look underneath those high numbers that he's posting currently, it doesn't have a whole lot of strength. Because when you look at core constituencies, and of course African Americans are key in the pivotal state of South Carolina, which is one of the earliest primary states, Newsom is not competitive at all. No, he's male, pale, and stale. They see the entitled, once pretty white boy, and they're not thinking that this is a guy that comes a la Bill Clinton. It's going to be very hard for him to win over some of those key constituencies with the concept of social media warriors driving his campaign currently. So we've got these Democrats sharpening the knives, making the case quietly against Newsom. And of course, Newsom, he's moving his campaign forward. He's going to be delivering a State of the State address for the first time in a long time in person in the state legislative chambers, and I will be there to heckle him. Okay, I'm not going to heckle him because I don't engage in that sort of misconduct. But we will truth test him. And of course, he's about to launch his book tour. Here's LA Times. Newsom expresses unease about his new candid autobiography. It's all out there. I'm being so vulnerable. What the hell is he calling his book? Young Man in a Hurry is what he's calling it. Young Man in a Hurry. A memoir of discovery. I'm not even seeking, let alone trying to discover. So he has this memoir coming out, and he didn't even write it himself. He had it ghostwritten. Talk about authentic. Here's my very personal raw book, written by a complete stranger. Not only is it based on spin, it's not even in his own voice. So he's got this book coming out. It's nothing but propaganda. But that's what these candidates do, is they throw out an autobiography, poll tested, every word, written by someone else. Cheesy, plastic. Again, not going to move the needle. But he'll get a whole bunch of attention. as he travels around the country prior to his big announcement that he's running for office. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. But I love seeing these Democrats sharpening the knives at the Democrat convention that they held in California just this past week. And I have to give credit to Axios for getting these people anonymously to state the obvious, that this guy has a glass jaw and they're coming after him. Look, at Reform California, our view is the enemy of our enemy is still our enemy, but also, in this case, a convenient friend. So at our campaign to expose Gavin Newsom, we're creating a dirt file against the guy, cataloging all of his failures, both his policy failures, but also his personal failures. And we would like you to join us in that fight. So go to the website, reformcalifornia.org, sign up and chip in a contribution under that campaign. We need to take it to Gavin Newsom, hold him accountable for his damage that he's done here in the state of California. And we do so with glee. You got to end this guy's political career for the damage he's done. So it serves as a warning to other California Democrats. You do as bad a job or worse as Gavin Newsom, and you also will fail to climb the political ladder, and we will hold you accountable. Until next time, Carl DeMaio, Chairman of Reform California and a California State Legislator. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this episode. But before you click away, please subscribe to this channel and click that notification button so you get updated when we post new episodes. Plus, like this video and share it with your friends so that we can help spread our message across the state.